Buenos días a todas las delegaciones.
Good morning, delegates. Today is Friday, final day of our session, and I hope your energy levels are still high enough to conclude the work still ahead. I would remind you that we're halfway through our discussion of item 7. And following that, we'll turn on to 17, 18, and 19. We'll take our coffee break at 11, thanks to the generous invitation of the delegation of Indonesia. And during that break, we hope that the draft summary of our decisions will be made available on IMO Docs. At 11:30, we'll come back to plenary to consider document WP1. And at around 12:30, when we conclude our deliberations on that, then we'll be able to enjoy the barbecue being kindly arranged by the Secretary General. So with that said, and as I said, we'll now turn to consider the second item submitted under item 7 of the agenda, and I'd like to invite the delegation of Egypt to introduce document C13771. Egypt, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. تود جمهورية مصر العربية أن تتقدم بخالص الشكر للسكرتارية على جهودها المستمرة لتطوير النظام العالمي المتكامل للمعلومات البحرية جيسس باعتباره
We would like to take the floor and thank the IMO for its ongoing efforts to develop the GSIS platform. As I said, the Arab Republic of Egypt would like to thank the Secretariat for its sincere efforts to continue developing the GSIS platform, which is one of the most important digital platforms upon which maritime administrations and organizations depend to implement the many commitments they have linked to the work of the organization. The delegation of my country has the pleasure of introducing document C13771 with a view to improving access to the GSIS platform by providing Arabic language support for certain interface functions and to provide user support. The objective is not to change the legal status of the document or the official text of the organization, nor to create new obligations. The proposal is a practical one, namely to improve the use of the GSIS platform in order to improve the user experience and to enhance the effectiveness of the system. This proposal, then, in the document is part of the recognized need to facilitate the use of the system by member states and by Arabic-speaking maritime administrations. So in line with the efforts of the organization to promote multilingualism and to implement the decision of Assembly to promote the use of Arabic as a language within the organization. Arabic is one of the 6 official languages of the IMO. It's used by a large number of member states, maritime administrations, and individuals who work with this system. So improving GSIS accessibility will help users better understand how the system works. It will improve the accuracy of the data input and reduce errors, reducing poor comprehension of instructions or non-official translations. In putting together this proposal, Egypt set itself reasonable, achievable targets. And that's why we are proposing a progressive limited implementation of Arabic language support and functions in the general guidance and advice to users. That will enable the Secretariat to assess the technical and practical aspects before envisaging any future expansion. There's also the possibility of benefiting from translation tools supported by AI technology without compromising the official nature of the text approved by the organization. So in conclusion, Egypt invites the Council to take note of this document and to entrust to the Secretariat In conclusion, as I said, Egypt invites the Council to take note of the document and entrust to the Secretariat a feasibility study, as well as the possible options for putting into effect these options in light of available resources. Thank you very much, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de...
Thank you, Egypt. Before giving the floor to Council for any comments, allow me to invite the Secretary-General to comment on the document that's just been introduced by the delegation of Egypt. Thank you, Chair, and good day to everybody. Yesterday, when we were discussing the document on multilingualism, we picked up on a number of aspects related to the actions we'd undertaken and took note on some of the requests that you had indicated. And at that stage, I reminded you that any progress on multilingualism is not something that could currently be financed by the approved budget of the organization. However, we have made a commitment to the improvement of linguistic support and multilingualism in all respects of the organization. With regard to the improvement of GSIS as well, I mentioned that at the moment we do not have the necessary financing for the second phase of said project. And I would remind you that is approximately at a cost of £1 million sterling, and we have two options, either funded by donations or we fit it in the budget for the next biennium. The inclusion of new languages in GSIS is not part of the contract of the current phase. Subject to instructions from Council, the Secretariat would need to commission a further consultancy to explore the potential cost and scope of the work necessary to achieve this. Following the completion of the GSIS enhancement project, so the scope of the work is clear, and any such development would need to be built on the new analytical data model and a modernized user interface. However, I should highlight that the exploratory work and any development work carried out subsequently to achieve this objective, if agreed, could not be covered by the current IMO budget and could only be undertaken through additional funding being provided by interested member states or by an increase in the IMO budget. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary-General. I now open the floor for comments from Council.
Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
United Arab Emirates.
وعمتم صباحا جميعا الوفود الكرام.
Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, delegation members, the delegation of the United Arab Emirates would first of all like to thank the Arab Republic of Egypt for this document. We are in favour of the proposal in this document. Because, firstly, and in light of our efforts to enforce multilingualism, will bring benefits, enabling improved access to the GSIS system. We would like to thank the Secretary-General for the information provided on the project underway. We learned yesterday that progress had been made to improve and develop the GSIS system through part 1 of the current project. We understand that amendments are required to the current project, which will rather require a change to the project framework. That is a proposal, as the Secretary-General has confirmed, that will need to be included in the project. It would also need further funds. So we would welcome a study being carried out that would then be submitted to Council to the next session on the costs of such an undertaking, and also the changes that would need to be made to the part 2 of the project in order to integrate this proposal. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a los Emiratos.
Thank you, United Arab Emirates. Morocco. Thank you, Chair. Our thanks go to Egypt for its proposal, which we fully support. The progressive introduction of Arabic into the GSIS interface and search functions would directly benefit many maritime administrations and is in full line with the resolution from the 33rd session of Assembly A1180 on multilingualism. It's also in line with efforts underway to consolidate the position of the Arabic language within the organisation. We approach a phased and cost-conscious approach, as well as the use of AI-assisted translation, together with terminological mechanisms. And we also support the invitation to the Secretariat to study the feasibility, notably through pilot projects, and to report on those at a future session. Thank you.
Gracias a Marruecos.
Thank you, Morocco, Peru. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Egypt for document 13771. We take note of its content. As we know, GSIS is a key tool for the technical work of the organisation. Its usefulness depends directly on its users being able to fully understand it and use it with precision. When the interface is not available in the working language of the user, it increases the risks of errors in notifications and reduces the effectiveness of the system as a whole. So improving GSIS through Arabic language support would be a coherent measure in line with the principles of multilingualism of the organization and possible given the changes in light of digital technology of the system. We see this as a practical approach with the use of AI, as long as the approach is gradual and with a full understanding of the maritime technical and legal terminology used. So we support a feasibility study by the Secretariat within the scope of available resources, considering what is possible within the scope of the cost of the funds available, and report back to Council at a future session. Thank you very much indeed, Chair.
Gracias a Perú, Alemania.
Thank you, Peru. Germany.
Thank you, Chair. Germany thanks Egypt for their proposal on enhancing accessibility to Jesus through Arabic language support, and also the Secretary General for the statement just now. Multilingualism is crucial for the United Nations system and therefore for IMO as well. The accessibility to Jesus could be enhanced for some states through Arabic language support. In parallel, this delegation notes that the current Jesus enhancement project is not yet fully funded, as we heard yesterday. Therefore, and also related to previous discussions on the budget, Germany is cautious about financial implications and would first need more information about potential implications of this proposal to the ongoing enhancement of Jesus and potential additional costs. Thank you.
Gracias a Alemania.
Thank you, Germany. Italy.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. We would like to thank UAE for the generous sponsorship of yesterday's coffee break and Peru for the wonderful lunch. Back at matter at hand, Italy thanks Egypt for document C137/7/1 and acknowledge the constructive intent behind its proposal. However, we believe that the technical content of a module which forms the foundation of the GGS platform should remain as concise and standardized as possible. Clear, concise operational language and standardized indicators are essential to ensure the effective use and consistent interpretation of an electronic module. For this reason, we consider that any translation process should be approached with caution, giving due consideration to the integrity, functionality, and overall coherence of the system. With this in mind, and in the spirit of the proposal, we would suggest an alternative approach, further enhancing the standardization of GSIS platform by strengthening the use of comprehensive legend tables and standardized guidance, thereby promoting a common understanding and consistent interpretation among operators in all member states. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Italia, delegación.
Thank you, Italy. Panama, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. First of all, may we express our appreciation to the delegation of the United Arab Emirates and Peru for yesterday's receptions. Thank you to Egypt also for introducing this document. We believe it improves accessibility to GSIS, and improving accessibility will contribute to facilitating its use by member states, and we believe that we should consider the possibility of gradually introducing Arabic language support for certain interface functions, including menus, navigation tools, guidance for users, and notifications, or the more usual notification instructions. Further, we support this initiative being implemented in a test stage limited to the general functions of the interface and accessibility, and that will allow the Secretariat to assess whether it is viable, the experience of users, terminological coherence, and the impact in terms of resources before considering a broader application being rolled out in support of multilingualism, taking into account the budgetary implications which the Secretary General has touched upon. We would welcome from the Secretariat a study on whether or not such a project would be financially viable. Thank you very much indeed, Chair.
Muchas gracias a
Thank you, Panama Qatar.
شكرا سيد الرئيس أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا.
Thank you, Chair. Good day to everybody. Qatar would like to thank Egypt for introducing document C13771. We are in favour of improving access to GSIS through the provision of gradual introduction of support for Arabic language, which will facilitate the use of the system, the input of data, and allow for easier benefiting from the services made available through the system. Using modern technology, including AI tools, is something to recommend, while at the same time ensuring terminological accuracy. So we would be in favour of the proposals contained in the document and also in favour of the points made by the United Arab Emirates and Morocco. Thank you very much indeed, Chair.
muchas gracias a Qatar.
Thank you, Qatar. Japan?
Thank you very much, Chair, and we thank all the hosts of the receptions yesterday. We thank the proposal aiming at further promoting the multilingualism, which is a core principle of this organization. And we do see the merit in their proposal, and we understand that this idea would apply to all the IMO languages, not limited to one single language. That said, we of course appreciate the explanation from the Secretariat on the budgetary implication, and in light of that, we wish to align our position with that of Germany. Thank you.
Gracias a
Thank you, Japan. I see no further requests for the floor from Council members. Turning to observer states, I'll begin with Oman.
شكرا سيد الرئيس صباح الخير جميعا نتقدم بالشكر لوفد جمهورية مصر.
Thank you. We would like to thank the Arab Republic of Egypt for the proposal in C13771. We believe that enhancing access to GSIS through support for the Arabic language is an important strategic step, fully aligned with the IMO's efforts to promote multilingualism and expand the use of Arabic across its activities. Providing Arabic language user interfaces will directly contribute to improving the accuracy of data entry. It will facilitate the understanding of technical guidance and increase the effectiveness with which Arabic-speaking member states interact with the system. The use of AI translation tools with a human review of key maritime terminology is a practical and cost-effective solution to broadening access without affecting the official status of legal documents. This initiative will support broader and more effective participation. It will reduce reliance on unofficial translations and also enhance the overall user experience, contributing positively to the implementation of the IMO's digitalization initiatives and the achievements of its objectives in digital transformation and multilingualism. Thank you very much, Chair.
Muchas gracias a
Thank you, Oman. Algeria.
صباح الخير لجميع أعضاء الوفد.
Thank you. Good day to all delegates, and thank you to the Arab Republic of Egypt for submitting document C13771. which is in line with the proposals made to facilitate the use of the Arabic language in GCIS, in line with the Assembly resolution to improve multilingualism and ensure that Arabic becomes one of the working languages of the organization. We support this proposal and also the request made to the Secretariat to carry out a feasibility study in order to fully evaluate the impact of this proposal on the organization. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Algeria. League of Arab States, you have the floor.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all of the delegations who have hosted it this week. The delegation of the League of Arab States approves of document C-13771 introduced by Egypt and supported by the United Arab Emirates, Morocco, Oman, Qatar, and Algeria. Thank you very much, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la Liga.
Thank you to the League of Arab States. Before putting to Council a way forward, I'd like to give the floor to the Secretary General for further comments on this matter. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I don't want to give you the impression that I am pushing back on any of your requests. That's not my intention. But at times, requests are made which are in contradiction with other requests that have been made to me. When $70,000 was requested yesterday for the compendium, I was told that it would be good to find funds in the current budget to avoid any budgetary increase. When yesterday I introduced the progress that had been made on the overhaul of GCIS, I reiterated then, as I did this morning, that this is a project which as yet is unfunded and still requires funding for Part 2. At the moment, GCIS or GCIS is only available in English, not accessible in any other of the organization's languages. I think it was the delegation of Japan that highlighted this point. So before beginning any work on multilingualism, I would hope that you would understand that it's important to complete the second, as yet unfunded part, because that is the part that will relate to the standardization and the normalization of the user interface. So part 3 would be multilingualism. To carry out a feasibility study which begins with the technical part and to assess how multilingualism can actually be included, I need money, and I don't have it. I don't know how much it costs, and I don't have that experience within the Secretariat. So if Council agrees, we can go step by step, try to finance Part 2 of GCIS, and once we've concluded that, I can consider how much the feasibility study would cost on introducing multilingualism into GESIS. I would be able then to inform you how much it would cost and seek donations or present a budget with it included. But as things stand, I cannot do that because of financial constraints and technical constraints, because as things stand, we do not have the revised GESIS system. So, as I say, I'm not trying to resist your request, but there are certain things that I just can't do. Not now. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Secretario General, por
Thank you, Secretary General, for your comments and for being clear about the financial and technical reasons for the Secretariat in the light of such requests. Having heard the comments, I take it that Council takes note of the information provided in document C13771, as well as the comments made by the Secretary General.
En relación con las observaciones del Secretario General.
And with regard to the comments from the Secretary General, in our record of decisions, we will include the stepwise approach mentioned by the Secretary General and the commitment given to come back to Council at future session once we have completed the current phase, that is phase 2 of the GESIS project. I take it that Council can agree, and it's so decided.
Con esto damos por concluido el...
And that completes our consideration of item 7 of the agenda, and we now move on to item 17. The report on the status of conventions and membership of the organisation, and on developments relating to instruments with respect to which the organisation performs functions. Further updates can be found on the IMO website under the Status of Conventions page and the Status of Treaties module on GESIS. I now invite the Secretary General to introduce document C137/17. Thank you, Chair. Since the 135th session of Council, there's been no change in the membership of the organisation, which remains at 176, with the number of associate members remaining at 3. With regard to the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention, over 80 instruments of acceptance are still needed in order to trigger the requirements for their entry into force. Council is invited to refer to Circular Letter number 4545 and its addendum for more information on the procedure for accepting these amendments, adopted with the objective of expanding the size of the Council, extending the term of its members, and establishing as authentic the texts of the IMO Convention in 3 additional official languages. And additionally, since August of last year, I've only received 1 instrument of acceptance to the amendments, and that came about this week. So perhaps I can encourage you to move on with acceptance of these amendments which you've adopted. Turning now to the IMO treaties, Council may recall that last year there were still 2 IMO treaties yet to meet the entry into force requirements. And I'm very pleased indeed to share with you some positive developments here. With regard to the 2012 Cape Town Agreement, I'm very pleased to inform Council that the requirements for its entry into force were met on the 24th of February this year, and therefore, pursuant to its Article 4.1, the treaty will enter into force on 24th of February 2027, and that marks a historic milestone in the long-standing effort to establish a binding international regime for the safety of fishing vessels. With regard to the 2010 HNS Protocol, the entry into force requirements were met on the 29th of May. Therefore, in accordance with its Article 21.1, the protocol will enter into force on the 29th of November next year, establishing the international liability and compensation regime for damage arising from the carriage of hazardous and noxious substances by sea. This represents a significant step forward in strengthening the global maritime liability framework and ensuring fair and timely compensation for those affected by HNS incidents. Once the 2010 HNS Protocol comes into force, I will convene the first session of the Assembly of the HNS Fund. I would like to assure Council that, as usual, the Secretariat remains ready to provide any necessary assistance to governments to enable them to participate fully in and contribute to the work of IMO. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General, and I'd now like to invite any comments on this document introduced by the Secretary General.
Jamaica.
Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the Secretary General for C-137/17. We are pleased to inform the Council that Jamaica has presented its instrument of acceptance to the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention, and this was done earlier this week. We encourage other member states to submit their instruments of acceptance to the 2021 amendments to the Convention as soon as possible. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Jamaica. Italy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretary General for document C-137/17 and wish to inform the Council that with reference to the ratification procedure to the HNS Convention, Italy has already submitted the report containing data required, in close coordination with international pollution compensation funds. Italy further wishes to report that the national procedure for the ratification of the HNS Convention is currently at advanced stage and approaching completion. The competent authorities have been actively engaged in finalizing the necessary legal and administrative steps, reflecting Italy's strong commitment to become a party to this important instrument. Italy recognized the key role of the Convention in strengthening the international framework of liability and compensation for damage arising from the carriage of hazardous and noxious substances by sea. In this regard, Italy supports ongoing efforts to promote wider ratification and effective implementation of the Convention as a fundamental step toward its entry into force. Italy will continue to cooperate closely with the relevant international body and stakeholders to ensure a consistent and effective application of the regime. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Italia.
Thank you, Italy. The United Arab Emirates.
شكرا.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretary General for the document and the additional information. The UAE delegation would also like to thank Jamaica for their acceptance and the submission of the document of acceptance of the 2021 amendments. In order to speed up this work, it might be better as an outcome of the work of this Council that member states be urged and encouraged once again to accept the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention in accordance with Assembly Resolution A1210/34. We also urge member states to use the model attached to Circle 4545. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Emiratos.
Thank you, United Arab Emirates. After these comments, I take it that Council notes the information provided in the document, welcomes the entry into force of the 2012 Cape Town Agreement on the 24th of February 2027 and of the 2010 HNS Protocol on the 29th of November 2027. Notes the Secretary-General's continuing efforts to encourage governments to consider acceding to those IMO treaties to which they're not yet parties. And finally, supports ongoing efforts by member states and the Secretariat to bring into force the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention at the earliest possible opportunity. If there is no objection, it is so decided.
Pasamos ahora a...
We now move on to agenda item 18. We have one document, C13718, setting out the Secretary-General's proposal on the place, date and duration of the next session of the Council. And I'd like to invite the Secretary-General to introduce the document. Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to recommend in this document that the next regular session of the Council be scheduled from Monday, 2nd November to Friday, 6th of November 2026, with the associated budgetary provisions being made for 10 plenary sessions with full interpretation services. Thank you.
Invito ahora a...
Thank you. Council is now invited to comment on the proposal set out as introduced by the Secretary-General.
Asumo que el Consejo toma...
Well, I take it that Council notes the proposed venue, dates and duration of the 138th regular session of the Council to be held from Monday 2nd November to Friday 6th of November 2026 at IMO headquarters, and confirms that budgetary provision should be made for 10 plenary sessions with full interpretation. If there's no objection, it is so decided.
Pasamos a continuación a considerar.
And we now move on to agenda item 19, and that is supplementary agenda items, under which 2 documents have been submitted. And firstly, I'd like to invite Secretary-General to introduce document C13719, which provides an update on the Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund. Secretary-General. Thank you, sir. Document C13719 provides an update on the administration of the Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund. As you will recall, the VDMTF was established to support developing states, and in particular small island developing states and least developed countries. In attending greenhouse gas-related meetings, including the Marine Environment Protection Committee and the Intersessional Working Group on the Reduction of GHG emissions from ships. The document outlines operational challenges and proposes practical mitigation measures. Since the fund's establishment in March of 2023, a total of 193 participants from 53 countries have been sponsored to date. And thus far, available resources have been sufficient to support all eligible nominations. However, continued and predictable donor contributions will be essential in order to ensure that the fund can sustainably meet future demand, particularly in light of increases in travel cost. I'd like to express my appreciation to all those who've contributed to the fund, including those who've mentioned it this week. And we encourage member states, non-governmental organizations, intergovernmental organizations, and other interested entities and individuals to continue contributing to support the work of the fund. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you very much, Secretary-General. And I'll now invite comments on this document just introduced, and in particular on the action requested of Council as set out in paragraph 12 of that document.
Delegación de Dinamarca.
Delegation of Denmark.
De
Apologies, says the Chair. Delegation of Singapore, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Singapore would like to thank the Secretariat for document C13719. The report demonstrates the tangible value of the Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund in facilitating the participation of developing countries, particularly SIDS and LDCs, in the MEPC and ISWG-GHG meetings. It is essential that all member states, regardless of resources, are able to participate meaningfully in these negotiations, as inclusive participation strengthens the legitimacy of the IMO's work and ensures that the concerns and circumstances of all member states are taken into account. Singapore is pleased to announce a contribution of $50,000 to the fund. We hope that this contribution will support the continued sustainability of the fund, and help ensure that the organization's decarbonization efforts remain inclusive, representative, and responsive to the needs of all member states. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Singapore, for that generous contribution to the fund. As just announced, the delegation of Philippines.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all distinguished delegates. The Philippines welcomes the update on the Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund. Broad and inclusive participation is absolutely vital to ensuring that global measures to reduce GHG emissions from ships reflect the perspectives and circumstances of all member states, particularly small island developing states and least developed countries. To ensure the long-term sustainability of this important mechanism, the Philippines is pleased to announce a total voluntary contribution of $150,000 to the organization this year. Of this amount, $60,000 has been specifically earmarked to support the fund, underscoring our firm commitment to strengthening inclusive participation in the IMO's climate-related work. We commend the Secretariat's work, ongoing efforts to enhance the fund's efficiency, transparency, and gender balance, and we look forward to its continued effective administration. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Filipinas.
Thank you, Philippines, for your intervention and for your contribution to the fund. Germany.
Thank you, Chair. Germany would like to thank the Secretary General for the update on the administration of the Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund. This delegation underlines the necessity of the fund, which supports developing countries in attending meetings of the MEPC and the Intersessional Working Group on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships. This delegation also notes the operational and strategic challenges in administrating the fund. In this regard, Germany supports the initiated measures outlined in paragraph 10 to ensure the efficient management of processes. Regarding the operational matters, this delegation would like to encourage member states and applicants to facilitate and support the work of the Secretariat as much as possible, considering the mitigation measures in paragraph 11. It is the view of this delegation that administrative pressure on the Secretariat must be reduced to the extent possible. In addition, unnecessary costs must be avoided in order to ensure the efficient management and administration of the fund, as well as to ensure that a maximum number of requesting member states can be allowed to attend the meetings. Finally, Mr. Chair, this delegation would like to take this opportunity to inform the Council that also Germany intends to make another substantial contribution to the fund this year. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Alemania.
Thank you, Germany, for your statement and the announcement of a further contribution to the fund. Delegation of Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to all. We'd like to express our appreciations to the distinguished delegations of the United Arab Emirates and Peru for their kind hospitality yesterday. To the matter at hand, this delegation thanks the Secretary General for document C-137/19 and the Secretariat for the detailed update on the operation of the Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund. We commend the fund's donors and welcome its continued role in enabling broad and meaningful participation of developing countries, particularly small island developing states and least developed countries, in GHG-related meetings. Furthermore, Brazil acknowledges the Secretariat's efforts to strengthen financial resilience, improve administrative efficiency, and address operational challenges, including enhanced coordination on nominations, visa arrangements, and travel planning. Initiatives such as these enhance member state representation and discussions about the way forward on essential matters concerning marine environment protection. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Brasil, Perú.
Thank you, Brazil, Peru.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, sir. Our delegation has contributed to the geographical distribution principle and also the position regarding developing countries and SIDS, that this be reflected effectively in procedures and decisions of the Council. And in this spirit, convinced too that we must support these efforts by practical contributions, Peru has made a second annual contribution to the Multi-Donor Trust Fund to assist with the participation of, in particular, SIDS and DCs to attend decarbonisation meetings at IMO. And this reflects the very genuine interest in my country in promoting IMO's goals. Peru will continue to contribute to the fund in coming years. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Peru, the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all. First of all, we would like to thank the UAE for the coffee yesterday morning and Peru for the delicious lunch yesterday. To the matter at hand, we would like to thank the Secretariat for creating this document, and we would like to acknowledge the efforts made by the Secretariat, which are set out in the document as well. The Kingdom of the Netherlands considers the widespread participation in the IMO greenhouse gas-related meetings very important, especially when it comes to SIDS, LDCs, and the participation of those who will be most impacted by climate change. This delegation is therefore pleased to inform the committee that the Kingdom of the Netherlands will contribute this year again and will donate 10,000 euros to the Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund of the IMO for 2026 to provide financial assistance to representatives of developing countries to be able to attend IMO GHG-related meetings. And finally, we would like to thank the other member states that are able to contribute to this purpose as well. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a los.
Thank you very much to the Netherlands. Delegation of France. Thank you, sir, and a good morning to everyone. We'd like to thank the Secretary-General for the update on the information, and we'd like to announce some good news too. We're pleased to confirm that we've sent the surplus of our mandatory contribution to a further contribution to the Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund for SIDS and DCs to attend meetings and negotiations on greenhouse gases. So it's to the tune of £12,442 sterling. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Francia.
Thank you, France.
Paso a considerar la petición de palabra de los Estados observadores.
We'll now take the observer states. Denmark, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Broad participation in the IMO's work is essential to achieving a successful and equitable green transition in shipping. This is especially important for developing countries, including small island development states and least developed countries, who are often the most vulnerable to climate change and marine pollution. The Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund plays a crucial role by enabling these countries to participate in IMO climate and marine environment meetings. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the Secretariat for its cost-saving initiatives to ensure that the fund's limited resources are used as effectively as possible, and we support this work. Denmark remains a strong supporter of the fund. over the past 2 years, we have contributed nearly 200,000 euros, and I'm pleased to announce today an additional contribution. And although I would have loved to match some of the other donations that have been given, I'm afraid I don't have the mandate. So I'd better stick to my speaking points, unlike others in this delegation. So we would like to contribute with 10,000 euros. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you. Denmark? Cook Islands?
Good morning, sir. Good morning to members of the Council and observers. We speak not as a supplicant, but as a recipient of the assistance through the Trust Fund, which has allowed us to engage in the fullest possible way at intersessional greenhouse gas groups and, of course, at the MEPC committee itself. We are grateful to donors, past, present, and those who are upping the stakes in recognising the need for more funds as we enter what we hope will be towards the final hurdle in completing our work on the revised strategy. May I just say in the best possible way I can, the importance of this, not the least to a remote small island state like ourselves. But I think what's important at this critical juncture is that we recognize the expertise that has been built up from all points of view within the intersessional group and the committee itself. And the need, we truly believe the need for continuity at this stage, so we can benefit from the knowledge and the expertise rather than impede the progress that we need, as I say, at this critical juncture. Thank you.
Gracias a las Islas Cook.
Thank you, Cook Islands. Palau.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to recognize my card, and good morning to everybody, to the member states, the member of the council, and the other connected via video. And I would like to add my voice to the last intervention made with the Cook Island and commend the Secretary General for the effort made on this issue, and also commend all the member states that provide the money and in support of the seats, LDCs, that allow us to be present in this important fora. Thank you very much for the present, the past, and the future member states that provide money for this for the fund. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Palau.
Thank you to the delegation of Palau.
Gracias.
Thank you for your statements. And in light of comments, I take it that the Council notes the information contained in document C13719 and that provided orally by the Secretary General with respect to the actions requested of the Council in paragraph 12 of this document. I take it that Council first expresses appreciation to the donors that have generously contributed to the Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund to date, noting that their support has facilitated broad participation of developing countries, in particular small island developing states, and least developed countries in greenhouse gas-related meetings, and strongly encourages further contributions to ensure the future sustainability of the fund through predictable contributions, thereby enabling the continued facilitation of additional meeting participants, particularly in light of the increased travel costs and logistical complexities. It takes note also of the Secretariat's efforts to advance gender equality in line with the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, in particular Sustainable Development Goal 5, and encourages member states to give due consideration to gender balance when submitting nominations for participation, for funded participation in the Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund. It notes the operational matters observed by the Secretariat and the steps taken to address issues related to the administration of the fund. And finally, it takes note of the generous offers of contributions to the VMDTF made by the governments of Singapore, Philippines, Germany, Netherlands, France, and Denmark. So if there are no further comments or any objections, it is so decided. And we now turn to C-137-19-1 on the availability of GMDSS services on barred terminals, and I invite IMSO to introduce the document.
Good morning to all. Chair, this document reports on the technical verification concerning the availability of GMDSS services on barred satellite terminals undertaken by IMSO Directorate following discussion that took place at the IMSO Advisory Committee, but also at the IMO Council, which invited IMSO to deal with this matter. The document recalls the distinction established under the applicable IMO regulatory framework between recognized GMDSS safety services, which fall within IMSO's oversight responsibility, and commercial or general communications, which, notwithstanding their potential safety-related nature, do not form part of the recognized GMDSS services. Against this regulatory background, the IMSO Directorate conducted an on-site technical verification exercises at the headquarters of the recognized GMDSS services providers, so Inmarsat and Iridium, during which satellite terminals were deliberately barred in order to verify the continued availability of the recognized GMDSS services. Now, the successful outcome of these verification exercises confirmed that the recognized GMDSS services remained fully operational and compliant with the applicable IMO regulatory framework, notwithstanding restrictions affecting commercial or general communication services. Now, Chair, it is important to emphasize that notwithstanding their successful outcome, these verification exercises were not intended to determine whether general communication services may, in certain circumstances, contribute to maritime safety. Rather, they were conducted solely, and I repeat, solely to verify compliance with the applicable IMO regulatory framework governing the provisions of the recognized GMDSS services. I thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la IMSO.
Thank you, IMSO. I now open the floor for any comments on the document just introduced.
Delegación del Reino Unido.
United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to note the report and thank IMSO and the recognised mobile satellite service providers for the significant work undertaken to examine concerns that have been raised. This report provides a clear and evidence-based position, confirming that core GMDSS functions remain operational and compliant with the IMO framework. The UK continues to place strong confidence in the performance of recognised providers and continues to have full confidence in Inmarsat's consistent delivery of its obligations and its long-standing role in providing critical services for safety under the GMDSS. Where specific concerns are identified, these should be pursued through IMSO's established processes so they can be assessed on an evidential basis. In the absence of new information or evidence, we do not consider further discussion on this matter necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias al Reino Unido, delegación de...
Thank you, UK. Cyprus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all delegates. The Cyprus delegation welcomes the information provided in document C137/19/1 submitted by IMSO and note its confirmation that all GMDSS providers continue to provide the safety services required under the relevant international framework. We further note that the IMO is competent only to review the availability of the recognized mobile satellite services listed under Assembly Resolution 1203, which does not include commercial services such as general communications. We therefore fully endorse the outcome of the IMSO tests on BART terminals, which demonstrate the compliance of the GMDSS recognized providers with their obligations. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Chipre.
Thank you, Cyprus. Delegation of Finland.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies to the interpreters as I have slightly altered my speaking notes. First, we wish the Bahamas a very happy Independence Day, and to the Cook Islands and all our Pacific colleagues, happy Matariki or New Year of the Maori lunar calendar. Chair, Finland welcomes the information provided in C137/19/1 by IMSO and thanks IMSO for the clarity in their introduction. To be very brief, Finland aligns fully with the comments just made by Cyprus. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Finlandia.
Thank you, Finland, and congratulations to the Bahamas on your National Day. Italy, please.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulate to Bahamas for the International Day. Italy thanks IMSO for the submission of document C137/19/1 and takes note of the information provided regarding the availability of GMDSS service on BART terminals. In this regard, Italy aligns itself with the statement made by the distinguished delegation of Cyprus. Italy recalls the importance of ensuring the continuous availability and integrity of GMDSS services in accordance with applicable IMO regulatory framework. We also know that the oversight of recognized mobile satellite service providers falls within the mandate of IMSO pursuant to the relevant IMO resolution. Italy further thanks the Director General of IMSO for the technical verification and operational testing carried out to confirm the effectiveness and reliability of GMDS functions. These activities have demonstrated that the provision of GMDSS services remain fully ensured, in line with the overriding principle of safeguarding the safety of life at sea, irrespective of the maritime or geopolitical context, both now and in the future. Finally, Italy wishes to reiterate the importance of preserving the highest standards of maritime safety and security. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Italia.
Thank you, Italy. US.
Thank you, Chair.
and good morning to everyone. The United States notes and thanks the IMSO, Inmarsat, and Iridium for the technical verification undertaken. To be brief, we can align ourselves and support the statement made by the United Kingdom. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a los Estados Unidos.
Thank you, US. I'll start now with observer states, giving the floor first to the Russian Federation. Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you, colleagues, and Secretary General. First of all, we would like to congratulate Bahamas on their National Day. My Finnish colleague has already congratulated the Cook Islands. I don't know why they were congratulating Cook Islands, but I'll congratulate them as well.
Luna calendar or whatever, and but I joined. Ask the interpreters whether they received my revised statement on this issue.
Yes, the interpreters have the revised statement. Thank you. We'd like to thank the Director of IMSO for document 19.1. However, we have a statement to make with regard to this. Chair, the Russian Federation consistently informed the International Maritime Organization at the previous sessions of the Assembly, the Council, and the Maritime Safety Committee, and will continue to do so, that during the period of 2022 to 2026, the IMO recognized mobile satellite service provider Inmarsat Global Limited imposed restrictions on vessels flying the Russian flag by disconnecting them from mobile satellite communication services of Inmarsat. The Russian Federation maintains records of Russian-flagged vessels that have been disconnected from Inmarsat mobile satellite communication services between 22 and 26, and the number of such vessels continues to increase. It should be noted that this concerns not only the services referred to in paragraph 3.1 of Resolution A120334, which was previously 10.0125, namely distress alerts, which is not the case here, but rather general communications services. Now, some may argue or assume that general communication services are merely commercial services, as they are known, and therefore have no impact on maritime safety or the protection of human life at sea. But that is simply not the case. Paragraph 331 of Resolution A120334 provides that satellite systems in the GMDSS should provide the processing of distress alerts, urgency communications, safety communications, and general communications. Safety communications and general communications in accordance with the priority established by the radio regulations of the International Telecommunication Union. The priority order for processing such communications should be the following: distress alerts, urgency communications, safety communications, and routine communications, general communications. No IMO regulatory instrument refers to commercial services in the GMDSS. Accordingly, recognized providers of mobile satellite communication services for the GMDSS are required to ensure the availability and proper functioning of general communication services as an integral part of the recognized mobile satellite service provided within the GMDSS. In this regard, the Russian Federation wishes to draw attention to the fact that the general communication service provided by Inmarsat Global Limited is used on board ships, including those flying the Russian flag, for the operation of the Long-Range Identification and Tracking System, LRIT system, in accordance with the requirements of Regulation 519.1 of the 1974 SOLAS Convention. When general communication services of Inmarsat Global Limited are disconnected, it blocks the transmission of LRIT information from ships to the Russian LRIT data center. That prevents search and rescue services from obtaining up-to-date information on the positions of Russian vessels for the purpose of organizing search and rescue operations for persons and ships in distress at sea. This clearly has a direct and profoundly negative impact on maritime safety and the protection of human life at sea. So that is the very purpose for which the whole GMDSS system was established. General communications are also used to transmit alerts for Ship Security Alert System in the event of a threat or attack on Russian vessels. The transmission of SSAS alerts via Inmarsat satellite communication equipment is blocked by Inmarsat Global Limited. As a result, seafarers may be deprived of the urgent assistance they require in such circumstances. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la Federación.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Ireland.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all and congratulations to Bahamas. Ireland supports the statements made by Cyprus, Finland and Italy and welcomes the information provided by IMSO. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Irlanda.
Thank you, Ireland. Poland.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all. At the outset, we would like to thank Peru for hosting yesterday's lunch. We also extend our congratulations to the Bahamas on the occasion of its National Day today. We thank IMSO for submitting the document C13719/1. In the interest of brevity, Poland aligns itself with the statements delivered by the distinguished delegations of Cyprus and Ireland. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you. Poland, if you'll allow me a few moments.
Muchas gracias por su...
Thank you for your comments. And in light of those, may I take it that Council takes note of the document presented by IMSO. If there are no objections, it is so decided. And that concludes the consideration of item 19 on our agenda. And that concludes the consideration of our entire agenda for this 137th session of Council. And we are fast approaching the coffee break. And I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Indonesia. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning, CSG, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to invite all the delegates to the coffee break hosted by Indonesia. On this occasion, we would like to also share our theme, Zero Compromise for Safety, Indonesia's contribution to turning policy into practice under IMO's Biennium Initiative. In addition to coffee and tea, of course, we are delighted to offer a selection of traditional Indonesian snack, which is all the very famous one in my country, including putu ayu, or in a friendly tribute to our Singaporean coffee break, other green fluffy thingy. We also have veggie things, and lastly, our kue lapis or layer cakes, Indonesian traditional style. Kue lapis has many layers, yet they hold together as one. We hope it serves as a small reminder that despite our differences, this organization would always be united by consensus, cooperation, and our shared commitment to the safety and security of international shipping. I hope you all enjoy our coffee break. Thank you so much, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia, for that invitation. Throughout the week, you've behaved so well that you deserve a little bit more time for coffee. So I suggest we return at 11:45, if that's okay. And then during the coffee break, WP1 with the summary of decisions will be made available. You'll have time to read through it, and we will return to consider it at 11:45. Thank you.
Buenos días de nuevo a todas las...
Welcome back, delegates, and thank you very much to Indonesia for the coffee break offer. And as I was saying, we'll now turn to the draft summary of decisions. And you'll have seen that set out in WP1. And as is our custom, we'll take this page by page on the basis of the English version. Page 1, para 1.1 to 1.5. Page 2, paragraph 1.6 to 3.1. Page 3, 4A1 to 4B2. Page 4, 5A1 to 5B4, the whole of that. Page 5, 5B5 to 6.1. Page 6, paragraph 7.1 to 8.1. Page 7, para 8.2 to 8.4. Page 8, paragraph 9.1 to 9.5. Page 9, paragraph 10.1 to 11.2, the whole of that. Page 10, paragraph 11.3 to 12.2. Page 11, paragraph 12.3 to 13.2, the whole of that. Page 12, paragraph 14A1 to 14A3. Delegation of Canada.
Thank you, Chair. Canada would like to request the inclusion of a paragraph recognizing the renewal of the funding for the Canada Chair in Marine Environmental Protection.
Gracias a...
Thank you, Canada. I understand that that is information provided by the delegation, but in itself it is not a decision of Council. So I would suggest that we leave the paragraph as it stands.
Gracias a Canadá.
Thank you, Canada, for your understanding. Page 13, paragraph 14B1 to 14B4. Page 14, paragraph 14A1 to 15A1 to 15B2, the whole. Page 15, paragraph 15, B3, Cook Islands.
My apologies, sir. We always seem to go very quickly with the reports, no matter what the meeting. Within this section, external relations, this, of course, it conveys the decisions of the council, but I was under the impression that the council also took note of our intervention relative to the inconsistencies in the application process of the granting of status or the denial of status. My impression was that this was duly noted by both you and the council itself.
Gracias a las islas.
Thank you to the Cook Islands. As you'll recall, Council produces a summary of decisions, not a detailed report, and that is why we haven't included the reference as you've just outlined it.
I think then, sir, I was confused as what I was led to believe was going to happen. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And I just take this opportunity to remind you that the audio versions of the various sessions of Council are available on IMO Docs to reflect the content of interventions made by delegations. The United Arab Emirates.
شكرا للسيد الرئيس ونشكر.
Thank you, Chair. And we'd like to thank both you and the Secretariat for having prepared this document. We have a remark on 15B3(1), 2, and 3. We had understood that the Secretariat was going to produce a document with regard to amendments for the organisation and method of work of the Council. Is that true? And if that is the case, we believe that that decision should be listed in this paragraph, in keeping with the amendments made by the working group on NGOs. Paragraph 15B3, 1, 2, and 3 should include those amendments. So if we have understood it right, the Secretariat will then produce a new document with regard to the organisation and work of the Council. And we hope that this decision would be reflected in or among the decisions taken by Council. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a los
Thank you very much to the United Arab Emirates. We will include your suggestion as 15B35, subpara 5.
Seguimos con la página.
We'll move on, page 16, paragraph 15C1 to 15D3. Page 17. Paragraph 15D4 to 15D8.1. Page 18, which is a continuation of 15D8.2 down to 15D9. Page 19, paragraph 15D10 to 16.2, the whole of that. Page 20, paragraph 16.3 to 16.6. Page 21, paragraphs 16.7 to 16.9 down to 16.9.4. Page 22, that's sub-paras 0.5 down to 0.11 of 16.9. Page 23, sub-paras 16.9.12 to 0.16. Page 24, 16.9.17 to paragraph 17.1. Page 25, paragraph 17.2 to 19.2, 19.1. And page 26, the content of para 19.2 down to paragraph 19.4. And with that, we have completed our considerations, including the summary of decisions of the 137th session of Council, and I would very sincerely like to thank all delegations for their cooperation in ensuring that we have been able to complete our agenda and decisions in time. And with that, I would like to turn to the Secretary-General to address you with his final remarks. Thank you, Chair. And this session has delivered a number of outcomes which will strengthen the organisation. Among them, you approved the updated risk management policy and its new strategic fraud risk management annex, giving the Secretariat clearer tools to manage risk and to reinforce our zero-tolerance approach to fraud and corruption. You adopted a Council resolution reaffirming this organisation's commitment to the protection of vital shipping lanes and to the right of transit passage through straits used for international navigation. You recognise the outstanding service to the maritime industry by Mr. Jeffrey Luntz, declared the recipient of the 2025 International Maritime Prize, and Rear Admiral Peter Brady granted a letter of commendation. You also carried out one of this Council's most meaningful duties in endorsing this year's IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea, the posthumous award to Mr. Adrian Willison Brask, whose courage and sacrifice we remember with the greatest respect. Your work this week has been a reflection of the Council's continued willingness to address both the routine and the exceptional. Thank you all for the seriousness and the goodwill you brought to this week's work. As always, this is also the moment to recognise those delegates who are concluding their time with the Council and for whom this has been their last session. The following representatives will be leaving after this session: Ms. Maria Artene of Romania, Ms. Brigitte Gispers of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Mr. Pinas Awene of Namibia, second time, Ms. Rihanna Akaru of Cyprus. She'll be back. Well, I hope. We keep bidding you farewell and we welcome you back. Mr. Akram El-Gendi of Egypt, and Captain Bernardo Gordon Unda of Ecuador, and the Chair of our Assembly, Ambassador Marine de Carnet de Tresesson of France. But we'll see you at the next Assembly, I believe. Thank you all for your invaluable contributions to the work of the organisation, and we extend our very sincere best wishes for continued success in all your future endeavours. I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the Chair of Council. Sorry. That was my mistake. So, Chair of Council, Mr. Victor Jimenez of Spain, for his steady and skillful guidance throughout this week. And my sincere appreciation also goes to the Vice Chair, Ms. Amane Fatala of Morocco, for her continued support throughout. The work of the Council draws on every part of the Secretariat, all the divisions, and I'm grateful to my office and the Administrative Division for leading the preparation and coordination of this session, to the Legal Affairs and External Relations Division for its work on this week's agenda, and to all the technical divisions for their continued support. And I'd also like to thank the Conference Division for its work in supporting this meeting, and, as always, our interpreters, whose skill has made our discussions possible across all the 6 official languages. And as we conclude, I wish each of you safe travels home. For those of you attending the meeting here in person, I look forward to seeing you all later at the terrace on the 4th floor. And to those of you who aren't, hope to see you at the next session. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General. Y bueno, es una pena que...
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Well, it's a shame that the list of colleagues leaving us is such a lengthy one this time. And these are people we've been working with over a long time and an intense time, and we'll be missing you. I can see some emotion here. well, we'll follow. Perhaps you might consider taking a leaf out of Rihanna from Cyprus, her book, coming back again, having left. Anyway, that's just my joke. I would very sincerely like to thank all delegations for their cooperation at this session where Council has taken very relevant decisions as outlined by the Secretary-General. I think our work as Council serves as an example and a benchmark for all other organs of the IMO, and I therefore urge you to continue to work together with commitment and a shared understanding. Allow me in particular to appeal to us all to redouble our efforts in order to improve the situation of seafarers who have been affected by conflicts and geopolitical tensions. I'd also like to recognize and acknowledge the support I've received from you, Secretary-General, the Director of the Administrative Division, and all the divisions. As you know, this meeting includes all divisions in the Secretariat, and the internal coordination required is a very complex business, and I'd like to acknowledge that, and in particular to thank the staff from your office, the Office of the Secretary-General, and the Division of Legal Affairs. And also, thanks too must go to our Vice Chair of Council, dear Amane. Thank you for your constant support. I'd also like to thank the conference team, the colleagues in the Spanish section who always help me with my notes, and our interpreters. The chair says he may be an additional challenge, not at all. And that completes our work, but I think we have a request from the delegation of Cyprus.
Of course, we are all very sad to hear the long list of names of the people that are leaving us. I do have sincere emotions, and I do have opposite emotions when it comes to at least one name leaving us, and that's the lovely lady that is sitting close to me over here. But may I take this opportunity to kindly request the members of MARC to gather at the podium for the normal photograph that we take at the end of this. Session, and apologies to the delegation of the UK. I do believe that it is appropriate to finish with their interventions. So thank you for giving me the floor.
Muchas gracias a Chipre.
Thank you. Cyprus, the UK.
Thank you, Chair. As we come to the close of this session of Council, on behalf of distinguished delegates present both in person and online, I would like to offer some words of thanks. Firstly, our thanks to you, Secretary-General, the directors, and all the Secretariat for your work to ensure that we were prepared for this meeting of Council and that the meeting ran smoothly. We would also like to thank the Conference Division, the IT team, and the security team for all the essential work they do to facilitate this meeting. In addition, we would like to thank our hardworking interpreters and translators for always helping us to communicate clearly with each other. Thank you for bearing with us when we speak too quickly. The fuel for our meeting has been excellent food, tea and coffee. So as ever, our thanks to Francis, Kamal and the whole IMO catering team, and to every delegation that has kindly sponsored tea breaks, barbecues, lunches and receptions this week and shared your national food and drinks with us. We also thank in advance the Secretary-General for the barbecue we are all about to enjoy. Finally, Chair, of course, our sincere thanks to you and your Vice Chair, Mrs. Amani Fatella of Morocco, for your leadership this week. You've kept us to time, guided us admirably, and we thank you for all your hard work, especially in a week where there were many distractions in the form of World Cup matches. To all delegates, whether you have a flight to catch tomorrow or you're staying on in the UK, on behalf of His Majesty's Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, we wish you all safe travel and a restful weekend. We look forward to seeing you at the IMO again soon. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias al
Thank you very much to the United Kingdom. Well, dear colleagues, I wish you a lovely summer, what's left of the World Cup. Have a very happy time, and we'll meet again at our November session. And with that, I bring this meeting of the 137th Council to a close.
إذا